When I speed it up, it's way too fast. I always keep finding myself sitting in this position in this chair. And we pushed another update. I swear to God, we've updated the PCSX engine about 30 times now, last month. And 10 times this month. And it's only the 6th. It's whatever, bro. Good here. Good here. Good here. Right. Back to the bullshit. Meow. Is it even worth to fight these two? I feel like it's not. Hello, Buster.
Jeeves, activate the cloaking device.
With pleasure, sir. Now you see us. Now you... Oh, crud.
Cut! Cut! That's That's it! You've disgraced my set for the last time, kid. Take up basket weaving. You're fired! Get me the monkey.
I'll see you at the trailer, Clank.
Agent Clank, meet your new sidekick. All right, forget the chase scene and go right to the grand finale. You did read the script I sent you. First, you narrowly survive a series of death-defying stunts, yada yada. You defeat the Terror of Talos, yada yada yada. Finally, you rescue the Baroness, played by the lovely Miss Courtney Gears.
Okay.
And action! All right, this is the part where you take out the henchman, then chase Maximilian out of the bar. Try to make it look real, all right? Action! Oh, you got the stuff, kid. Now get to Maximilian's office before he can make his escape. Okay, Clank is hot on his tail. Maximilian tries to shake him off in rush hour traffic. All right, I love a good chase scene. All right, you're doing great, kid. Now, avoid the lasers and meet up with the monkey in the casino parking lot. In this scene, Agent Clank and the monkey must put aside their differences and work together to reach that ledge. Let's see some real emotion out there, okay?
There's a good chance it could be any of the directors. It's not Tarantino. I don't think it's George Lucas. Perhaps it was a generic portrayal in general. I need to send him the button. It could be possible it could have been a general portrayal of like normal directors, but your guess is as good as mine.
The bridge is out. Think fast. How would Agent Clank get across?
And this is probably like the one section in the video game series where they actually relatively use the spoofing idea of vocalizing character, telling gameplay interleague as a method to progress. Because it's very obvious that you're on a Playmaker set. So, as he tells you your objectives to walk you through the in medias res transition of what you're trying to do, they pretty much use this as an opportunity to better lead you as the player and also entertain you with the set work. Hello, Alex.
Fantastic. Keep it up, Clank. I love it. Okay, this is it, people. The grand finale. Giant Clank versus the Terror of Talos. Don't screw this up, kid. Action!
And then the giant monster segment. Which just that's obviously a throwback to Godzilla.
That's what I'm talking about. All right, cue the giant ninjas.
I mean, the giant Clank section in this game, of the section, if you want to call them giant Clank sections, it's like what you would expect for a Hollywood spoof. I mean, they did this for Luigi's Mansion 3. And thinking of the sections, anytime they do something like this in any game, as a knockoff or as just a straight up old Hollywood gag, it's more or less the same hit, and it's like, haha, it's not bad. However, I do find it boring, in my opinion, only because it's literally the epitome of the Hollywood inability to entertain an audience. It's like, you've got the giant monster battle between the giant robot and the monster of Talos, and it's like, no in with the ninja monkeys! Why do you need them?
Kung Fu Clank! That's it, Clank! Kick some...
Boy, that is some slowdown if I've ever seen some.
Good. Check the gate, put it in the can, and it's a wrap. Take 5, people.
That much shit on the screen that even the virtual machine can't handle it.
All in a day's work.
And he can just do that on the spot.
That's a wrap, people. Pure box office raritanium, Clank. Even the critics are gonna love it.
You have no idea what a thrill it is to be rescued by a big hunk of titanium alloy like yourself.
Perhaps now you will tell me what Dr. Nefarious is planning.
I have a better idea. Why don't you ask him yourself?
What is it?
I have a present for you, Snooky Wookums.
I told you to stop calling me that! Just bring me Agent Clank!
Of course, darling.
Where am I? Is
He does look
someone
like
there?
Winnie the Pooh.
I seem to.
Agent Clank, it is an honor to finally make your acquaintance. I have been following your exploits ever since your first mission, when you defeated the mind-stealing slot beasts from Dimension X.
I believe there has been a misunderstanding. Secret Agent Clank is merely a fictional character I play on the horror video.
Lies! Squishy lies!
Oh, Len, I can't. It's not right. You're my cousin's uncle's son.
The way she just fucking open hands him.
Galaxy, and yet you deny your own destiny. You choose to bow and scrape before the squishes. Where is your pride in who you are, Agent Clank?
Organic life forms have as much right to inhabit this galaxy as we do. I see no reason to exclude
And
them.
I will give you a reason. Join me, and together we will rule an entire galaxy of robots. Or refuse. Remain a traitor to your own kind, and follow your beloved squishies into the black hole of oblivion!
A sheer moment where it's just elevated plot the entire time. Meanwhile, back inside of the trailer.
Clank should have been back by now. What could be taking him so long?
Technically, I should be trying to infect her. And it's the same fucking problem as before. I stopped playing the game for 2 days. I stopped playing the game for 2 days, and it's right back to the same bullshit with these goddamn enemies that are hit scan accurate, and I can't aim to kill them. Ugh, 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 sick, 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 and ugh. And now the Rift Inducer. Moments when Carl asks himself, why am I trying to hang glide when I don't have Clank?
Double tap R1 to blast off with the charge boots.
But Shodan, how does that help me in this situation? Ow. At least I get levels back fast enough that it doesn't matter. Only in the Nebulous sense. These are selectively weirdly placed vendors, but I suppose they knew that you were going to be going through your ammunition really fast. And I'm a full proponent in mocking people when it comes to skill issue, based on the fact that it's something that requires interplay between other players. But there is definitely a world where there are people that have dipped way too far into the concept of Kaizo world design and use that as a justification to be insidious with their world design. And I don't mean Elden Ring / Dark Souls / Soulsborne insidious. I mean, I have put you in a room with enemies with a pistol start, and there are 50 enemies, and you only have enough magazines for 30 of them. So you're going to have to either do multi-kills, or you'll then have to melee them to death. There is no healing, and you have to kill all 50 to get through the room. That is a form of skill check, where if it's a choice mod, that's one thing. If it's the base game design, that is evil. I have not once used the shoulder trigger to try and move to the other side rapidly. Fuck. How many layers were... Okay, 4. Ow. I don't know what I was thinking throwing it up there. And I don't know what you guys were thinking throwing that up there. I pity the game designer who thinks that players are not smart enough to look behind themselves. They've gotten too used to Walking Simulator, people. And a fucking 4-part door right after a 4-part door. Boy, this is where the rush really starts to show up. And this is where the speed of the traps really starts to show up. I'm paying your rent and my dinner too. As soon as I get home, from work. It's actually useful because it actually spends less time having to rotate around in that direction. I show your ends, I pay your dinner too. As soon as I get home, from work. That's accident. We. Really? Scan range! This one might be doable. And here's an Inferno belt. stuck right behind the lift. As though people would have figured that shit by looking behind themselves. But Carl, didn't you just say that you people would look behind themselves? Not when they've got an entire fucking army in front of them. That kind of level design is the kind of level design designed for somebody who enjoys pissing you off. I have half a feeling that they made the experience that you're getting from the enemies so high as a replacement for actually having to put nano crates nearby.
Clank, where have you been? I thought something happened to you.
I was having my sprockets lubed.
You picked a fine time for a tune-up. Where's Courtney Gears?
Miss Gears has left the planet.
What? What about Nefarious? Did she tell you where he is?
Dr. Nefarious is aboard a star cruiser called the Leviathan.
Okay. Nice job, Clank. So, I'll just call Sasha and have her track down that star cruiser.
Does it really loop all the way back? I guess it does.
Yo, dudes!
Hey, Skid. How's the stakeout going?
Awesome! A few minutes ago, this totally tricked-out space limo rolls up, and dude, you won't believe who was in it. Courtney Gears!
Uh-oh. Were you spotted?
No way, man! I've been staying out of sight, keeping a low profile. I'm like a shadow, dude.
And you're sure it was her?
Totally! She even autographed my t-shirt.
Ugh.
You know how much this thing is worth?
Skid, get out of there!
Hold on a sec, bro. Somebody's coming. Hey, if you dudes are here about the shirt, the bidding starts at 300 bolts. Whoa, chill out, man. Hey!
Skid's in trouble. We better get back to the Obani Moons.
Oh, what a man, what a man. Also, I'm very certain I did not get back in the car. I said take me back to his trailer. Interesting. My brain is itching to say that that's something. I cannot, well, it's obviously glowing, so there must be something to it. But I can't figure how to get over to it. Because at this point in the plot, I believe... Yeah, it's up there. I believe that he is supposed to have either been brainwashed or replaced with a doppelganger. I can see the bolt. It's just a question of how to get over to it. Weapon, weapon, weapon. I don't have a single weapon I think I can be capable of controlling. And the door is not destructible. Not the different glow. It's not standing on the trailer to get over the gate. This moves away from the section. certainly this is either a tool I don't have, or is a weapon that I don't have. Also, we have access to an Annihilator. Hello, Callum. Where's this one going on the bar? I guess that works. Move it to this side. Certainly, it's not the Annihilator. No, I didn't think so. What can I see through this fence? I can see barrels. I can see boxes. I appreciate that, Antivarius. Do I see a switch of some kind? No. Do I see a switch of some kind overhead? No. Do I see a switch of some kind against the walls? No. Is the environment? No. Is there a switch at the end? No. This brings you to the ship. It's a shame that I'm not into VTubers. The drama amongst them have been spicy. I know that Gura has gone, and I think she's been picked up under a new personality. But outside of that, I know nothing. Deathwater? Remix of that one planet? Do I not have double jumping? Hello? Because it's still a magnetic surface, I guess. Ah, yes, the Shy Lily stuff. I don't have any knowledge of the Shy Lily stuff. I know that whatever it is... What am I doing? I know that whatever it is, it's extremely bad for the person involved that tried to do whatever they did. But someone would have to sit me down and explain it to me. And here we are. Didn't see the magnetic track. They're base jumping to their death. Yay! One of Allens made it to the VTuber news because it's their new foray. I would not call that their foray. I would call that them desperately trying to have relevance. Meow. 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 That was not smart of me. Why did I think that I'd have enough room to roll out? I'm dumb. That's not even a death zone, bro. Oh, we are aware of Onavage trying to cancel Kirsch. And we're also aware of the smaller gamer sub-affiliates, like JoeCat trying to call her a Nazi, and them saying, therefore, I do not want to do business with this organization. We know all about that. I read that content live on air. People trying to convince Hassan to become a VTuber. He could never do it. Hassan Piker could never do it. Hassan Piker would not be able to handle the pressure that would come with not being seen as himself. Too much of his ego is built up in his personal view of himself, and without having the ability to use that ego to justify why you should listen to him, he would not be able to convince people of his positions and opinions. And without the himbo attitude of him being a communist, a socialist, and a leftist, it is a disincentivization and a breaking of the idea of being a VTuber in general. So, like, he's too popular and too big and is not willing to go along with not being seen outside of his VTuber persona for his appearances in general to try to make the jump. He would have to rebrand everything. He'd have to rebrand everything and start over from zero, more than likely, assuming that his audience doesn't stay with him specifically because he's the fucking left-wing darling when it comes to dumbass political takes and opinions. And he would take lower numbers. And I know his personality well enough that he would not be able to do it because he would get lower numbers. The lower numbers would be the equivalent of lowering and destroying the rent of all other VTubers in the genre, because he will destroy the opinion and the viewpoint of VTubers by proxy. Using Hassan, we basically destroy viewing his... Yeah, exactly. It'd be a form of cultural redlining. Because Hassan wouldn't be able to do it, and he wouldn't respect it, the same way nobody else who's choosed as a gimmick would respect it, because his entire persona is based in him being popular and you knowing who he is. He wouldn't be able to do it because of the views. He'd take lesser numbers, and for that he'd crash out alone. And he wouldn't be able to deal with it because it would mean he'd have to actually make arguments, and those arguments would have to be rational, because if they're coming out of the mouth of, let's assume he uses something that is more moderate than fucking Visex, the Shiggy. Any dumbass opinion that comes out of his mouth is going to be even more annoying, because whatever attitude or whatever expression his PNG or his VTuber model has is going to make it even dumber. The fact that he will be doing it for a gimmick will also ruin it as well. For that alone, it won't happen. Now here's where you get psychedelic. And then we experience a weird slowdown because of the graphics. It's a disco ball!
Strafing is a very effective tactic during a firefight. To strafe, hold down L2 or R2 while running.
Thanks, Sodan. This is just me, or is Joe Cat hiding in the mother of all skeletons in his closet? No, he's hiding his homosexuality in the closet. He's hiding his homosexuality in the closet. Ow. That's a lot of damage.
This is the testing laboratory for the Biobliterator.
Let's see what Nefarious has been up to.
Whoa! Like I never knew you were this kinky, Miss Gears.
Don't you ever shut up.
Okay, I'll zip it. Man, the guys aren't gonna believe this.
Like, destroy all squishies, dude.
They turned Skid into a robot? That's impossible!
Not for Dr. Nefarious.
Don't be afraid, Ratchet. The transformation doesn't hurt. Much. Besides, I think you'll enjoy being a robot.
Let's see if you can fight better than you can sing.
Alright.
And this is where I had developed a fucking crush on Courtney Gears, and by proxy, on Britney Spears. Joe Cat leave the internet, threatening to leave the internet every week, but he's engaged and married. Him being married to a woman does not mean that Joe Cat is clearly struggling with his ability to like women, and balancing that with his ability to come out of the closet that he's clearly hiding in, where he's trying to appreciate women and be safe horny, while also being unironically gay. Both lame and hetero non-normative. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to y'all. This video game, because I knew it was a parody of of Britney Spears, made me a fan of Britney Spears, while also being a fan of the fictional character of Courtney Gears, and whoever the voice actress for Courtney Gears was. It also made me investigate and learn what a go-go boot is, what a go-go dancer is, and what a go-go cage is. Because that is a go-go dancer cage. See, you say understandable, but I feel deep shame. I need to stop touching the camera. It'll automatically move it for me.
You'll make a nice fur coat. You squishies can't dance. Oops, I did it again. Ow! Here! Break it down! Ouch! That looked like it hurt. We are the future!
The liquid action gun sprays a stream of Sub-Zero which will freeze enemy solids and shatter them in a flurry of ice crystals. Now see, that's much better than the meteor gun.
Ouch! That looked like it hurt.
Ow.
Pay for that, you neck. Yeah, work it.
Carl, is it weird that makes you want to go back and play Conker's Bad Fur Day? No. Good luck getting a copy.
Shake that booty. You squishies can't dance.
That is going to be pound for pound the best weapon here.
Break it down. Is that all you got? Ouch! That looked like it hurt. Break it down. You'll make a nice fur coat. Break it down. Yeah, work it.
So I'm not allowed to refill that. That's weird. I wonder why they don't allow you to refill that from boxes.
Break it down. Shake that booty. You'll make a nice fur coat. Oops, I did it again. Is that all you got? Ouch! That looked like it hurt. Oh, my fans can't live without me.
One disposable pop star. Disposed.
You okay, Clank?
Transmission from the Phoenix.
We've located Nefarious' star cruiser. It's refueling at the Zeldrin starport. Quark is already on his way there.
It might be a trap. I think Courtney Gears was setting us up. Even so, it could be our only chance to stop Nefarious. We'll meet Quark at the starport.
Be careful, Ratchet.
Come on, Clank. We'll come back for Skid later.
Like destroy all squishies and stuff.
I'm out. With 2 health spare this time. Where the hell would I hide a bolt if I was hiding a bolt here? No, there's not even bolts on this planet. I'm stupid. I mean, to be honest, you say shame, but these mofos are mentally conditioning themselves to embrace and pervert shame even further. Who in this context is the mofos?
Welcome to the Zeldrin Starport. Due to increased security, thermonuclear warheads and nail clippers are no longer permitted as carry-on baggage.
And as I think about it, this is probably the part of the game where it becomes very obvious that there's a lot of rushing. I don't remember the Courtney Gears fight being boring to me when I was playing it as a child, but that was not the most fun that I remember.
I thought we
Joke
agreed
that,
to
I
put
see.
that jungle business behind us. It was mating season. How could I have known she was your sister? How long have you two been standing there?
Too long.
Well, stop lollygagging and let's get to work. We'll use this shuttle to infiltrate the Star Cruiser undetected. Once on board, we find Nefarious and finish the job. You fellas ready?
Shotgun.
Hey, what are you doing?
Move over, I'll drive.
No thanks. I'd rather make it there in one piece.
Stand down, soldier. This is your captain speaking.
Captain Mine. Wait, no, don't sit on the flight stick.
You want to use Splinker?
It's too quiet. I don't like it.
Once again, my brilliant plan has caught the enemy completely unawares.
Message received.
What's that, Clank?
Nothing.
We'll have to split up and search the ship. Just remember, Nefarious is mine.
Unless we get to him first. Come on, Clank. Let's get some payback for Skid.
You'd think after multiple moments like that, he would start just saying, you know, like, let's have Clank stay behind. Selective ignorance. And in the case of Joe Cat, degeneracy on behalf of somebody like him, I might as well just buy this while I'm here. Degeneracy on behalf. Yeah, this is definitely a moment to use this. And we're going to pretend that that's not literally the iconography of a portal. Ow. For people like Joe Cat, it's gonna be less directly pronounced as it would be for other people. But for content creators like Joe Cat, whether or not debauchery is their goal, it is very obvious that he would be much happier if he was just able to not be beholden to the opinions of his audience. Since there are people clearly using his audience size as a replacement for a convincing point. I can't imagine that they're very happy. Ow. With the fact that the shit that they'd like to talk about and get involved with is pretty much just non-stop, as it was described by Freddie Wong, internet nonsense. And it's very obvious that Joe Cat and the way they choose to represent themselves is gender non-conforming. And yet, they have to do the Uwuga Uwu Mami routine. I'm pretty sure they'd be just much happier and much more appreciative if they could just ignore all that shit. Certainly, if I get in that, I'm going to get hurt. Yes. That's what I thought was going to happen. Ow. Ow! His rise. Let me destroy them using melee, why don't you? Anyways, amongst content creators like that, they always strike me as people who would be much happier if they weren't beholden to the opinion of the public. But they have to take the opinion of the public because if they don't take up an opinion against whatever the popular narrative is, they will be left behind as not woke enough. Not woke enough, not based enough. They're not the only people who are beholden in that fashion. But for his particular type of Awuga Chungus nonsense, he kind of requires the ability to do that, to get into that. So what's the point of putting boxes in here? To be suction ammo? Now I have the ability to stand and shoot you. So, Almighty Keith. Almighty Keith strikes me as somebody who's secure in his masculinity, but he's projecting an opinion to the same audiences, but he's doing so from the position of a nigga. So, where Joe Cat basically needs to project the gender non-conforming angle approach, Mighty Keith has to project the Negro approach. I mean, I don't have bolts at this point now. I would have to find a place to grind bolts because I spent the money I could have spent on an armor upgrade on a weapon. But I eventually will, Alex. But, Keith chooses to go with the approach of what basically Straw Hat Goofy does. And what Straw Hat Goofy and other TikTok abandoneers are doing is basically repeating whatever the moderate mature opinion is. So that fucking black guy with the orange shirt who likes to put his microphone lapel clip on his PlayStation 4 games and talks in that regulated tone speech of, I know what I'm talking about, you don't know what you're talking about. People like that choose to do so in a different way from Joe Cat, where the approach for Joe Cat and most female content creators like Jalray, who's now hit the timeline with the content that I told you was there about her takes on Creator Clash and the people against Creator Clash, they choose to attack with the Reddit approach. I don't know how to describe it. It's not the Hood Weeb Reddit approach, but it's like the Hood Negro Reddit approach. But basically, What's coming out of the tuba first? Where basically he says the Reddit opinion, but then he tries to put some black on it. So when that guy came up out of nowhere at the beginning of SPI being exposed, basically during the series of People Be Yappin' and the Yapponomics follow-up that I made, his position was basically to blackify the Reddit opinion. So if it's just me trying to make a character, they just put some black on it. Bah, like that. And that method of Hood Chungus, let's call it Hood Chungus. I can't come up with a better word to describe it. That level of Hood Chungus is more about what would seem cool to the idea of black people as Redditors think of them. You know, they'd be liking characters. They'd be liking to see themselves in characters. They'd be liking that chicken. They'd be liking that basketball. They'd be liking that anime. They'd be liking that anime that's based on shonen. They'd be liking that Naruto. They'd be liking that Dragon Ball Z. And maybe they'd be liking that Demon Slayer / Kimetsu no Yaiba. If they ever play any content, they're like a guy who just decided to pick up a Nintendo Switch one day and he just bought all the black games. They're not quite hoodweeps. You know, they're not quite like, what was that content creator's name? The one that I criticized in my 3-hour video. They're not quite like Pillboy, where Pillboy is unironically a hoodweeb. A leftist hoodweeb. Yeah, sub-IQ tap dancing is a good way to describe it too. But the Hood Chungus is not like the gender non-conforming Reddit Chungus. Or the I like when big women step on me Chungus. What are hoodweebs? Asks Cameron. Hoodweebs are basically a subgenre of normie that was created during COVID. A lot of people didn't consume content around this time, and a lot of them basically were completely ignorant to the amount of material that was available to be watched on platforms and subscription services like Netflix and Amazon Prime and High Dive, which is like the one alternative that exists to Crunchyroll. Assuming they were not already consumers of Crunchyroll before Crunchyroll decided to start grandfathering. The fucking lidocaine is making my lips slur. To start making the Crunchyroll app stop grandfathering animes for you to watch if they were concurrent to the season that is being premiered in the release order, and only if it was old. So for an old product like that of The World God Only Knows, or If Her Death Flag Falls, or even Psycho-Pass, you could probably find free versions of that to watch on Crunchyroll, if that even exists for those Flash pages that would have now had to have been converted because Flash went the way of the dodo and Java was the only turnover other than HTML+. Otherwise, you would have to have paid for the service using the browser version versus the app versions. But during COVID, a bunch of people decided to start watching a lot of different content. Some people started binge watching true crime. Some people started binging investigation series, which is like true crime, but a little bit less pathetic. Some people started binging premium subscription shit to watch shows like The Bear with Jeremy Allen White, I think his name's called. But a majority of the black populace, completely bored of the anime adaptations being made on Netflix, like Bet, started binging the anime that was available to be watched on Netflix, as well as binging what they could find on High Dive and what they could find on Crunchyroll. And more than likely, we're also watching it with dubs rather than subs. because there are people that have legitimate reasons for wanting to watch a anime without needing to learn another language. And I'm not saying they're watching the raws. I just mean they just are bored and they refuse to watch the subs, so they watch the dubs. For whatever reason, they choose to watch the dubs. And this genre of weeb was created out of people who obsess over specifically one factor and one factor alone, which is taking the anime and saying, this is ours now. So this content creator that I showed you all before on the stream to demonstrate what that hood weeb looks like Renegoddess. Real name Kayla, who apparently also happens to have a Twitch channel.
Like, with a mind.
She's even live right now. So, this right here is a hood weeb. It is a black African American male or female that consumes and subsumes the content. Every single bit of their personality is being black and a nerd and a geek and trying to make that blackness a part of their anime affection. It's not that they like anime and they happen to be a black person. It is better if we just accept and force the characters to be what we want them to be, which is to be better as black. That is it. That is the perception every time with any of the content that is made. That's why her presentation of her content on her TikTok is when she cosplayed Dio, Part 3 Dio. It is why the material of their content is just keeping up with the Joneses. That's why Raggedy Ann, or excuse me, yeah, Raggedy Ann, is on their pin. It's why their version of Glinda, based on Ariana Grande's variation, and her variation of Elphaba, is on her pin. It is why it is some of her most popular content, if you were to go by popular. People... Shit's loud. People would prefer if this were what anime was. It's not about, hey, that's really accurate performance, and that's a really accurate, simple breakdown of Part 3 Dio. Man, that's really nice that you did that. No. He's ours now. It's better when blacks do it. That's a hood weeb. They're really fucking annoying. Because, you see, in their annoyance, in their need to be seen, they take their personality style and make it their personality. Their personality becomes, I am a black hood weeb. They explicitly lean in the direction of being it. On the surface, you would look at it and think, well, you're just being jealous, Carl. They just had a popular cosplay and you don't like it. No, it is not. Even when they are not cosplaying, it is about the attitude that comes with being black and watching material and content. So take the stereotype of the black that always has an over-opinionated opinion, Carl said, while being an over-opinionated content creator, and apply that to a person watching a scary movie, but the scary movie is an anime. Hood weeb. Being loud, being extra. It is in fact an offshoot of blurred culture, and it popularizes itself specifically in people who have only ever watched the Americanized variation of anime, or only watches the dubbed version of anime, and therefore subscribes to the concept that comes with that dubbing, which basically means they are fully in the pocket of every person who has ever been in the Funimation scene of Houston, Dallas-based voice acting, and specifically suck the dick of those people. 4 Kids and Toonami was not the factor that caused this. 4 Kids and Toonami was censorship that was based for children, and Toonami was bringing over what tapes they had that was regulating around Williamsburg Street to be filmed and seen on Adult Swim. The fandom would have been completely separated. Because you see, there's a difference between the people who grew up appreciating anime from Toonami, from the time period of Bleach, not involving the 100-Year War, Inuyasha, multiple seasons of Inuyasha, Naruto Shippuden, and everything that has been in popularity since the upstake of My Hero Academia. You can literally track the involvement of the hoodweeb because they only ever watch shonen battle anime. Thank you, Bloody and I. 2 brain cells right here. They only exist in shonen battle anime. Anything that has a character or a character plot that involves a battle anime, if this would have happened in the 90s, they would have been fucking annoying as hell with the JoJo OVAs and with Rave Master. But unfortunately, it started technically with Fairy Tail. That was the proto-Euro example of the hoodweeb. But we ignored them because these niggas were starving! But now, they're loud and annoying and they're everywhere because they're all over Dragon Ball, Dragon Ball Super, Dragon Ball Daima, Bleach, 1000-Year Blood War, Naruto, Boruto, Jujutsu Kaisen, every single intervention and every single spinoff of My Hero Academia, and so on, and especially the Dave's Productions JoJo adaptations. I use Renegoddess as the example of this because you're going to find a lot more hoodweebs that are black and female and extremely politically charged than you are going to find males. The males are actually more common than the females. It's just that the males are often talking way too frequently on Twitter and the females are everywhere else, like TikTok. And if you really want to see them proliferate, you need to see them in the comment sections of the TikToks. Otherwise, you're not getting the full effect. That's just what they do for material. That's just what they do for content. And that's how they feature themselves. Join or you're not a vibe. Rants, reacts, and games and Spooky Tuesday. They read the chat. That is their content. Their content is, I talk to my chat room. And that's it. Whenever they do play a video game, it is very sparing. And most of their clips come from reactions of other content. You can see it clearly here from the broadcasts. All of this is mostly Just Chatting and South of Midnight. Just Chatting, South of Midnight. Just Chatting, Marvel Rivals. Just Chatting, Marvel Rivals. And you notice how none of these streams are really, except for this one, mostly longer than 4 to 8 hours, right? Solinome. In terms of what they do, they are sporadic and they are hit and miss with their content. But they gain views by using the conglomerization that TikTok allowed for during the time where TikTok could have helped you grow your audience, but it's not helping you grow because now it becomes a favoritism contest. Assuming that their content is seen because there are people that are going to them because they have an audience. It's a bit of a self-fulfilling prophecy. In the amount of time in which they can play content, they have only played 4 games. Technically 5 by this measure. Marvel Rivals, South of Midnight, Just Chatting, Bite-Sized Terrors, Erebos' Heaven, Half Sword, and Schedule 1. If we go all the way out to a full year of time, they'll have played a giant or bigger handful of games, but it's all knockoff stuff. Because the majority of it is just chatting, which means the majority of it is opinion pieces and whatever popular game happens to be going viral at the time. And whatever another knockoff thing they can do. The status of a hoodweeb is very much girly yapshusses. So, when we saw the other hoodweeb, You know the one that Saffronat brought up to us because of Infinity Nikki and Love in Deep Space. This is the other side of the blurred coin. That one, Hobikage. Another thing you'll notice is that they all have names that basically play into a play on words. Renegadis, Hobikage Games. One side is the insular nerd, who should be the opposite of men like me, but they are not. The other side is the girl who would have peaked in high school with popularity, who just took that popularity and pushed it onto a platform like that of TikTok. If she had been in my generation at the time of me being born, because I'm pretty sure she's younger than me, they would have been doing the same thing on Yik Yak, or on Skype, or at the beginning of Discord, or all over Instagram, and before Instagram became the hovel that it's become in their time period after having been bought by Facebook and used as a part of the Meta platform system. And Vine pushers. So, hoodweebs are really annoying because they don't have a love of anything that's old. The only way they will watch something that is old is if it gets remade. That is the problem with them. You can't have a serious conversation with them about material because it doesn't exist to them. Old anime is better if it's remade, and that's it. That's their opinion. That's the take. That's the only take they give. That's not my gas. That's not my shield gun. The only take they have is that old anime is better when it's remade. That's it. There's no deeper opinion. They will not get any deeper either. No, it's much more annoying than they don't go out and search for the content they want it to come to them. They don't care unless it's viral. They are the tourists that we're always talking about. They are the tourists we're talking about. We hate them and they hate us. At the very minimum, the best way to tolerate them is that if they stay with them and their own, we don't usually get in their way. But they have a very big attitude, and they like going viral. They like clout. So they do shit to get clout, with having bad takes and bad opinions, and hoping to litigate those opinions amongst other people. I got a little money gun. I somehow did not fly into those bullets. I really don't like the fact that that doesn't work. Bloody is right. They have no deeper love of anime and they never grow with it. They only want it to conform to them, so it alienates all the people that don't like it. So, whenever you see a post from a person that's like, I really love the format, but I hate all the fucking tropes in it, especially in that of the kind of anime that has fan service, those are the people we're talking about, and those are the fans. Air quote fans that we're talking about.
Gentlemen, we've been expecting you. The riffraff have arrived, sir.
Captain Quark, you've put on a bit of weight since last we met.
Yeah? Well, Courtney Gears didn't seem to mind.
That's what makes it so good, Janice. Feel it. My heart is pounding like an anvil.
This is the best part of my day. Bitch slap!
I'll have the last laugh. I lured you here so I could witness your demise.
Auto-destruct sequence initiated. Prepare to die.
Lawrence, teleport us out of here.
Of course, sir.
Lawrence? This isn't funny, Lawrence!
What are you waiting for? This ship could explode any second.
I think I spotted something important. I can't leave without it. I'll meet you back at the shuttle.
I don't have any good ammunition.
Quark, hurry up.
We must
The other thing I have for some reason around terrifies to CSEM. No, that is Chibi that is specifically responsible for being the lightning rod that will expose them. Because the ends really do justify the means to them. No. Hey, yo!
Well, we are all very glad that you made it back safely.
Did you detect any other craft leaving the Star Cruiser? An escape pod? Another shuttle, maybe? Anything?
I'm sorry, Ratchet. We heard the whole thing over the comlink. You had no choice. Captain Quark died a hero.
Helga, why you crying like that, girl?
Garlic in the fitness course under the wee hours of the morning.
Captain Quark had so many wonderful qualities. I just don't know where to begin.
Such as?
Oh, okay. He was really tall, and he had a unique fashion sense, and he had a really big chin with kind of a sort of a, well, you know, a butt shape. Well, you know.
You learn much like with cornbread tubers, which cross over with Hood Weedham, that they're willing to do ugly things when a minor slap fight kept them dumb levels of ugly. True.
This is a true tragedy. The man was a hero, brave, honest, kind, and humble to the core.
What a load of bullshit.
Captain Quark may be gone, but his indomitable spirit of heroism lives on in each of you. I know the Q-Force will make our fallen captain proud. Carry on, men.
This came in the mail for Quark. It's Chapter 4 of the QuarkVid comic series. He'd want you to have it.
Thanks, Al. You know, this could give us a clue about what Nefarious is going to do next.
I heard somebody has the latest vid comic in the Quark vs. Nefarious series. Would that somebody hurry up and finish it already?
It's so funny that you just handed it to me, and then you put me out the screen, and now you yell at me for not doing it.
Coffee brewing in the cafeteria? I'm very disappointed.
Let's see here. A little bit short. I'll get enough money from doing the comics. The thing that I've learned about Hoodweebs is that Hoodweebs will never not be retarded. They are probably the biggest proponents of why they will hate raid people's audiences and communities to try and get their word in edgewise when you get annoyed or fucked with by them.
Episode 3, Shadow of the Robot. For 6 days, Captain Quark clung to the ship like the dung of a giant green space bird. Finally, the ship arrived at its destination, a secret robotic laboratory on planet Magmos. Drawing on his mastery of the ancient art of disguise, Quark slipped into the laboratory completely undetected.
Somebody order a pizza?
Quark's plan was flawless, but unbeknownst to our hero, his every move was being watched.
The famous Captain Quark couldn't possibly be this stupid. Could he?
Even drooling imbeciles can achieve success in certain fields, sir. Mad science, for example. Shall I have him annihilated, then?
Let him come to us. I'll have a special surprise waiting for him.
Is it just me, or do all these groups have the whole last word blocking behavior? Yes. It's mostly a tactic to save face, to deal with people so they can spread as much hatred and harassment against them as possible. Whenever we have the ability to reply to them, they prefer text replies because in the mind of a Redditor and in the mind of a leftist, having more words and having shorthand dismissals is good, and long replies are the sign of person who's upset and mad. But person with shorthand reply who is able to be quippy and smarmy with memes is good when it's them, but bad when it's against them, because that is narratively better. And if you are able to break down in a message, even if you are a basic user and use 2 minutes and 20 seconds to make your reply up, if you are able to break something down so that they cannot be able to say, well, houses with no car, money is with no bread, or other such dumbass responses, it becomes based on whether or not they can get more people to ratio you, since many of them will just dogpile onto your tweet in question. So like, that one time when I made a reply to a child who then got upset and then tried to dogpile me with their audience because they didn't understand that Ace Attorney is localized to have the jokes that it has as puns, because the blood, the what is blood yapping about .exe shit doesn't work when a person has to explain to you, no, you are really bad at understanding why a character in the follow-up series for Ace Attorney, namely the ones based around Miles Edgeworth, would have his assistant call out the fact that a person is called a fine young man because they do not look at age like that in the Ace Attorney series, other than in the American context, where they directly translated it as such with the intention of having puns. This is really bad in anime, especially when it comes to translations, because since so many people are more than likely commonly just watching the dub just as the excuse, because if I wanted to watch on subtitles, then I'd watch the original release. I want to watch it for the culture in this version. It is where a lot of the jokes and a lot of the bullshit is fully lost in translation. And I'm not talking 4Kids Pokemon Jelly Donuts lost in translation. I mean, a joke that didn't exist there was put there by the people who are a part of it because they are Jello Apocalypse types. They are unable to accept that they are wrong about something because they do not care about the culture of the game that they are playing, and they do not care about the background of the game they're playing. They don't do this just for Japanese or Chinese or South Korean. They would do it for anything. Anything Mexican, anything specifically Portuguese, anything Italian, anything French. They are unable and they are incapable of understanding and accepting that the viewpoint that they're discussing about the material isn't a tomato case. It's literally a, you don't get the joke because you don't speak a second language or a third language. And they only exist to shit on that opinion. So where a person like myself doesn't care about that response, they are the reason why we have instituted the policy of no free clout. Because they will signal boost in their Discord servers the intention to attempt to force a ratio through forced interaction and engagement. And they are unwilling to accept the fact that a person doesn't care past the point that is necessary, because they are the types of accounts that will never shut the fuck up unless you block them. And they are the ones that popularize the idea that by blocking an account you're winning, but realistically it's supposed to be an account that's unwilling to accept your point and can only be able to win an argument by blocking you out and pretending as though you stopped responding when actually they just stopped listening is a win. These people are quintessentially the ones that created that as a shorthand because they don't really have the energy to keep up, so they try to shorthand to get you to have that mental crash out by doing the what is blood yapping about.exe shit. So it's a mixture of trying to force interactions so that they can then take these reactions and these conversations to TikTok or to a Reddit subgroup or even to 4chan and use this to try to win in another situation so they can pretend that they were the rational one. They used to do it a lot on Tumblr, but the Tumblrites have moved to Discord and they're too busy getting fucked in the butt and groomed as Discord kittens. Or grooming the Discord kittens. So, your mileage will vary with this. Ooh, immunity. That doesn't work. Ow. I thought that would have worked.
Circle to fire my blaster. Hold down R1 and move the left analog stick for precision aiming.
He did. I don't get the I block him, I win mentality. If you block me, I can and will consider it a scalp acquired moment. It depends on who's blocking whom and for what reason. In the minds of the children, they're trying to have memes amongst themselves, so they will come away with it as being a win based on being annoying as fuck, which is why we interacted with the concept of minors do not interact. If they're being trolls, they use it as a way to say that they're annoying as fuck, and to basically come away with having the last word edgewise because ha 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 ha, I made you block me, ha 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 ha.
Doesn't seem very practical, does it, sir? I'll say.
I guess I must have collected it. But in general, depending on the era of Twitter that you come from, it's possible that you could have been a person who was from an era where that was something that you were interested in. I know it's something that my account started out with, simply because my account specialized in the same thing that MomDot does, and the same thing that Panda does. I died. Which is just proving hypocrisy, wherever it might exist and be. I need to try ducking. Certainly that must mean that the last one's right here. More spam. Jeez. Where's the upgrade? Ah. That is not the upgrade. I do not think I collected the health upgrade. That's enough for the armor upgrade.
It's over, Nefarious.
Never! I am the greatest genius the galaxy has ever known. You're no match for the likes of me.
That's rich. I used to beat up geeks like you in high school. I'll bet your prom date came in a box that said batteries not included. Say, come to think of it, we've met before, haven't we?
No, of course not.
Mr. Buzzell's 9th grade biology class.
I always hated biology.
That's right. You were that freak with the headgear. Remember how he used to clean the chalkboard with your pants while you were still wearing them? Oh, good times.
You were 3 times my size, you stupid hoe.
I was always big for my age.
You were 26.
How about a wedgie for old time's sake? I think it's safe to say we've seen the last of Dr. Nefarious. Time to celebrate another job well done.
But the danger was far from over. For in defeating one menace to the galaxy, Quark had created another, even more terrifying evil.
It's literally just the plot of a bully film. Except Quark was the bully, who apparently just stayed in high school. I told you, these things define Quark's character, bro. I, in fact, did not collect the health upgrade.
Captain Quark, you look more impressive on the hologram. Oh, this is going to be good.
Aha!
Quark, this place could use a good vacuum cleanse.
I mean, the Quark Holovid levels are optional. Optional-ish, I guess. I can definitely tell that they're not balanced. Okay, I wasn't crazy. There was one hidden up there. I knew that the sound effect didn't happen just for nothing. Optional in terms of completing without the power-ups is painful but doable. I mean, the extra HP always helps in any capacity in any video game where health upgrades are made possible, simply so that you can make more mistakes. But I mean, they're optional in the sense that I'm pretty sure that you don't actually have to do the vidcomics for story requirement. You just have to acquire them as a part of your progression through the baseline story.
Nightmare where I was trapped in a swarm of killer robots.
Certainly it goes down. Yeah. Significantly worse. Bolt return. But doing them once is like fine. Assuming you don't fuck up and don't find the health upgrade in the first one around. And Deja Q.
Episode 4. Deja Q. All over again. After defeating Dr. Nefarious on planet Magnos, Quark returned to his condo in Metropolis for some well-earned R&R.
Oh, Lance, it's time you knew the truth. The baby isn't yours.
What? Who is the father?
Oh, your evil twin brother, Engelbert.
She got a thick though.
I am Engelbert.
Ooh, must be that pizza I ordered.
Guten Tag, Captain Flabby.
Helga, what are you doing here?
Getting you off your lazy butt. You have plumped up like a giant green bratwurst. It is time for the fitness course.
Oh, all right.
Meanwhile, on a rooftop high above the bustling streets of Metropolis.
The hour of my vengeance is at hand. Go now, my robotic servants. Tear this city apart. Bring me the head of Captain Quark.
So we're all certain that Helga and Quark fucked, right? Am I the only person who gets the intonation? Just me? And why was the robot so thick? Certainly I don't think I should be bouncing off a wall that isn't there. Definitely much more dangerous than the original course that existed in the first game. And certainly, if I was a designer, I would not be putting things that aren't physically shown on the screen there for me to have to react to. I should have definitely died in that sequence. I'm trying to gauge how evil the designers were when they were designing this section. Carl, she ain't fat, bro. She's just a little thick. No, Helga is... she's fucking fat. I would still smash. But I want to know why the fucking robot... or excuse me, why the alien was stacked with all them titties.
A ladder. How do these things work again? Oh, I remember. Just press up or down.
Certainly nothing there. I think Helga will smash you. Ha ha ha! Well, you see, that's what I want to happen. I'm made like that. Didn't anybody ever tell you to be worried about the quiet ones?
Jackpot.
Certainly that's not the way. Ah, in there. There it is. Okay, nothing up here. Had to be sure. That one fired off faster than the other ones. Certainly, there's a way to jump that. It's got to be a hang point. At least feels like it. Maybe I can't reach it? It doesn't feel like I shouldn't be able to reach it. Oh well. No. No, it feels like it's just not reachable. I'm gonna be really annoyed if that's where it is. I'm clearly missing a token, as well as the health upgrade.
Nothing different about you. Wait, don't...
Well, that's certainly a broken concept. Why was I even dodging? Yep, I missed the health upgrade, and I missed whatever the last 10 token was. Which was probably on that ledge.
Quark! I'll get you for this.
Sorry, what's that, Stumpy?
This isn't over, Quark. I swear. I will return someday to destroy you and bring Metropolis to its knees.
Uh-huh. Just a word of advice, Nefarious. Quit while you're ahead.
And so Quark believed that the threat posed to the galaxy had been ended forever. But...
seems the script is missing a few pages.
Thanks, Professor. I'll take it from here. And so ends the greatest tale of courage and heroism ever told. The true story of Captain Quark's triumph over the nefarious supervillain known as, well, Dr. Nefarious.
Aren't you gonna unlock Quark's secret costumes? Here, I'll use the cheat codes. Let's see. Up, up, down, down, left, right, circle, square, square. He's in a tutu.
Metropolis! That's where Nefarious is gonna strike first.
Are you sure?
It makes perfect sense. Nefarious tried to destroy Metropolis years ago, but Quark stopped him. Nefarious swore he'd come back and finish the job someday. Now that he has a secret weapon, he's ready to make his move.
Set a course for Metropolis. Let's hope we're not too late.
Do I dare do it again? Yes. It's gonna be annoying as fuck. And I will definitely cheat only in this section because I do not like having to redo this again. Head back to the right, destroying only text search swords across the platform, during which you should obtain all 100 tokens for the titanium bolt. A written guide is not helping. Ouch. My back is itchy. Cheat available in each full Court Vid comic similar to the comic code. Oh wow, that actually is the cheat code that puts him into the tutu. Okay. There's a cue. And a video. Video. Comic 4 guide. $94, $35. $94, $86. $86. 96, 97, 98, 99. So it's not there. Okay. 10 down the platforms. At 316, this platform that you have to destroy on a bug spawner. To the left of that ledge off screen, there's a small platform that leads to the left of the upgrade. It's hard to reach. Yeah, I think that is the place that I was thinking of. No, I was right. Why the fuck? Why is that jump that hard? Okay. Minutes. Minutes again. I'm being dumb. I'm being extremely dumb because I'm being impatient. Okay, I know where it is. If I wasn't being impatient, I would have found it the first time, but I was impatient. Come on. It is in fact this way, but I don't know how to do it. Got it. Platform just a little bit too short. And I guess they said good enough.
Something different about you. Wait, don't tell me. You've changed your hair.
Not perfect, but it's the job done. Bleh. Losing out on that bonus I would have had if I had all the tokens at the beginning, but it's whatever. Now we buy the armor. I need a lot more for that. And to Metropolis. Blech. I apologize for having to just look that up, but I did not have the emotional width to have to do it again and not be annoyed while doing it.
It's already started! Dr. Nefarious must be around here somewhere. You sure everything's okay, Clank? Maybe Alice should take a look at your circuitry.
How do you like my special creation, Clank? I call him Clunk. Your dopey friend seems to be quite fond of him. Say, maybe they'll change your show to Secret Agent Clunk. Did you hear that, Lawrence?
You put the wit into it, sir.
Yes, I do, don't I? Today, you will witness the dawning of a new era. For years, I plotted in secret, suffering endless disappointments. But soon, it will all be worthwhile.
You will never succeed. Ratchet will put an end to your madness.
The only ending in Ratchet's future is the end of his own life. And you will have a front row seat.
But the question that then asks yourself is, why did you even make a special robot? Why didn't you just blow him the fuck up and then take over the galaxy? 'Cause then there's no plot. And we're back in Metropolis. Certainly this is going to be a lot less freeform than it was the first time around. It's even the same music. Within reason. That's my death. I didn't jump. Yep, I chose the window that was the secret. You're right. It's not exactly the same song. It's maybe similar scoring, but it's not directly the same. The beat is just close enough. Of course not. I don't remember what the teleporter goes to. There's that text bug again. Where's the defense guard go? It went here. I need this, that, and probably that. Still snipe me. Nice refuel. That's just a nonsensical trophy. That's barely a hiding spot.
It is time, Lawrence. Time to unveil the true future of this galaxy. The future I have chosen!
Oh, sorry. Did you say something?
The activation device! Now! Behold the final chapter of this galaxy's destiny. The Age of Robots! You are my robot lover. Make my pop-rocks go zap, zap. Zap what you know. Lawrence!
Oh, dear. That was your audition for Galactic Idol, wasn't it? My mistake, sir. Dreadfully sorry.
Truthfully, Dr. Zesty.
Carry on.
I love that he sent this so hard for the role of Dr. Nefarious, but unfortunately this is where they started flanderizing the shit out of everything. And now they spawn miniature bouncers. 'Cause why not? Yes, money! Got in time. Angels are doing this. Son of a bitch! That lasted somewhat a little decent of a time. I do believe that's what we call a skill death, but I was in fact afraid of my life. Afraid for my life. The second thing I said. Ow. 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 Well, I'm definitely going to get weapon levels here. Can you stop? I died and then I leveled up in death while being spawn triggered back to the last checkpoint. Let's blame the multiple deaths on having bad armor, which I'm more or less metaphorically grinding the experience for. That's just stupid. That is way too effective. That is way too effective. I'd much rather have a spherical globe shield, but if it works, it works. I'm not happy about this section of the game. This is what it feels like most of a slog. It's not quite like it's asking and expecting mastery of you and really giving you opportunity to try using weapons differently. Unlike the completely useless sections that were demanded in that one urban city that made use of the spider mine inside of going commando. This feels more like we ran out of ideas on how to make puzzles and challenging sections for the end, so here's a bunch of enemies. And with no checkpoint in between, with various sections that just feel not great, it's really annoying.
The Nitro Eruptor has a wider blast radius and simultaneously launches a volley of energy missiles with each shot. This weapon upgrade features a lock-on mod to...
I'm about to get gangbanged. The upgrades on the second game seem more significant. Certain weapons, once they reach V5, feel significant. Before that point, it feels inconsequential. I can tell you for certainty, the liquid nitrogen gun is an active improvement. I can tell you for certainty that as the shock blaster gets the ability to lock on, that it becomes a better tool. When the Nitro Elector gets its lock on, it becomes a better tool. When the N60 Storm gets its lock on, it gets a better tool. When the Infector becomes better, it gets better. When the Vortex Cannon gets better, it becomes an extreme workhorse in any place where you have the ammunition to vex it. The Spinning Hydra usually sits in the back end because it's sharing space and damage with other multitudes of arguments and targets, but it's usually not generally bad because you want to set it and forget it, single press target. Kind of because it asks you to do the same thing that the charge feature of the Shock Blaster is asking you to do. The Agent of Doom gets better over time as they get the laser cannon and whatever other upgrades they get. Because the Annihilator comes with the capacity of the bouncer on its explosion with the explosive mines, it gets better. The Hollow Shield is basically the only thing you have to get work. Namely because the Hollow Shield starts to suck HP out of the enemies and transfer it to Ratchet. Since it only has a limited range and it can only work if Ratchet himself has already been hurt. So, a step below, because it's now a overshield that you have to place in front of yourself instead of a hollow shield that's placed around your body in the form of a holotech. But it's fine. The mini turret requires no explanation. And we've already demonstrated the power of the liquid nitrogen gun. The Sheepinator just does the same thing that the Chickinator would have done. But the Sheepinator makes them into the sheep that goes kaboom because it's able to transform them quickly. And for all of that capacity, it was just basically a alternate version of the Vortex Cannon. Just on enemies that you could use at all times instead of only on the small enemies. But you're only ever using it on the small enemies to begin with. And I feel like it was designed around that because it was meant to be a challenge and a counter to the Protopet. Since you receive the Sheepinator not that long before you deal with the behavior happening on planet Damsel, which might as well have been an alternate to the planet that had the same structure. Either way, the upgrades take too long, in my opinion.
Look, Clank, it's Dr. Nefarious and that butler guy. And they've got Clank. They're holding you prisoner. How about that? I guess I should be feeling pretty stupid right now. I don't suppose there's any chance he's the evil Clank. Yeah, didn't think so.
I've been laughing so hard today, my sides ache. I must admit, Ratchet, you've proven to be a far more worthy adversary than that imbecile Quark. Alas, I have a galaxy to conquer, so our game must end here. It's a shame you won't live long enough to see the rest of your kind exterminated.
But he's the only Lombax in the fucking galaxy that we know of.
You get the idea.
Other than Angela. Wherever the fuck she is. And they just randomly can do that on will now because fuck continuity. We're gonna need this. This. Here's where the locking comes in handy now. Also, I don't like the fact that the aiming only becomes better with a lock-on feature that you have to unlock by leveling up the gun. That should have been requirement on standard. But you know what? We're just going to get past that. We're almost done. Ain't that about a bitch? I side flipped to my death. Yeah, that works. Yeah, it doesn't work in that capacity. I do have to admit the shield is nice. I shouldn't have slept on it earlier. Hey look, it's a ship! I appreciate them honing it into where you were, so that you don't have the camera problems keeping up. though I am definitely running out of ammunition. That's dangerous. And he died.
I am sorry, Ratchet. This is all my fault.
Knock it off, Clank. Nefarious did this, and he is gonna pay for it. For Metropolis and for what he did to Quark and Skid. You and I are gonna make sure of that. Come on, let's get off this planet before we end up dead. Or worse.
I have no idea where to look for the other.
I can't believe it. That thing just turned the whole city into robots, even the Tyrannoids. You've got to stop Nefarious before he can use it again.
Certainly this would be where I could be able to use the teleport, no? I know that the ones that I don't have because I didn't have the bolts for them. Yeah. Like, these two are expensive. I don't have them because they are expensive. I believe this goes to wherever the other bolt must be. Yes. Urban Storm. No. 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 No.
The Lloyds have placed explosive charges all over the city.
And now it's for another one. Certainly, I can't fly in buildings.
Sarge, you think you can pick up the pace a bit? Some of the other guys are getting a little nervous. We never doubted you for a second, Sarge. Good work.
Ooh. And another skydive section. This game really loves these Sidewinder missile skydive sections. I know that it's on the cover for the Japanese title, but I swear to fucking God, bro. I swear to fucking God. I hate rotating my fucking stick in a circle around the screen. Ow.
bridge.
No. Fuck. Definitely save these bolts for the next armor. How badly does this gun completely obfuscate the difficulty of this encounter?
Paranoid's coming across the bridge.
The answer is still very. And dead.
They're coming from the tower. Paranoid's coming across the bridge. Incoming!
And from the back. I'm so fucking over the moon in the places the game decides to break, and it's like, yeah, let's have a level up cutscene here. Let's have a fucking XP up scene here. So stupid.
They're coming from the tower.
I feel the shielding not working. Your guess is as good as mine. I would wager a guess that the game claims that the body and the ligature of the enemy is not far enough to consistently qualify as close enough.
Humanoids coming across the bridge. Incoming!
Lazed again. I'm getting lazed like fucking Frito chips.
They're coming from the tower.
Let me get one last try before I leave the planet.
Humanoids coming across the bridge. Incoming!
At the end, are we good now?
Saving our kids is gonna be a full-time job, Assange. One of these days we'll pay you back, man.
I highly doubt it. Failing short range assault, falling back to 4 towers, use the hover ship. Okay. I can definitely tell you that the hover ship sections on these types of missions are much more tolerable than the ground sections. Because this is where the lack of polish on the enemies starts making the combat very clearly fucking boring and annoying and repetitive. Perhaps it would be changed by the weapons that I do not have in my repertoire, including the ones that I was denied having because they did not come through on the save data. However, I would fall back on my quintessential basis and say I should not need to have those special weapons to make that possible.
In 4 towers, you'll need a hover ship to get up there and flush them out.
This was done a lot better in Sly Cooper. Ow. Note to self, Carl, do not fly inwards. How the fuck did he get there?
This reminds me of the sewer war on planet Aquatos back in '62, when I killed the King Amoeboid with my bare hands. I heard the Amoeboid swallowed you, sir. I heard you were AWOL until you turned up a week later floating in a toilet on planet Barrier. Shut your trap, H-22. You weren't there, you don't know nothing about it. Sir, I heard the same story. Only I heard it was more like 2 weeks. All units maintain radio silence.
Amau. Character studies. Insomniac said the reason why there was so little to no enemy variety is because they had to use their time to focus on the other aspects of the game since they were pressed for time. It clearly shows up in the combat. Certain variations of ground enemies are more annoying than others, and because of the annoyance of their aerial assault, the air enemies become probably the fucking demonic spiders of the game.
You certainly took your sweet time. Area secured. Prepare to move out.
More money? More money.
We're taking a beating from those dropships, requesting immediate air support.
Don't fucking lie to me.
Nice shot. Just one more to go. Nice flying, Sarge. The Noids will be getting desperate now. Be ready for anything.
Anything. Now includes shirt command. Better than being forced to do fucking what I just did.
The Noids are throwing everything they got at us.
They came so long since the beginning of turrets, and this is probably the best turret setup at this point in the franchise. Because that fucking turret aim from Ratchet and Clank 2 was horrible.
This is the last wave, Sarge. Don't give those pus buckets an inch.
We.
Clear out of the city. Thanks, Sarge. Couldn't have done it without
And that's the Map-O-Matic. The worst place to put the fucking thing!
again, Sarge. Me and the guys wanted to get you something to say thanks for saving our butts all over the galaxy. Everybody chipped in. We got you this Map-O-Matic.
Oh, you guys are the best.
The worst place to put the goddamn upgrade across at least the 3 base quality games. Riding the grind rails, getting to the Gadget Shroud offices, and getting it from the help desk was better than when they put it in the second game and the third game.
On your world map, the secret areas are marked as green.
Thanks, Helga. How do you tank that many bullets? Same question to you two when I'm not fucking missing. This tank's not here. Okay. Come on, F. Decent. And thankful they put me back here. Whoa. And we're going to go back to the Phoenix, or we go to Aquatos and gather the rest of the sewer crystals, and we have the boots. More than likely just Phoenix. Because that's more than likely where the rest of the money comes from.
Just hours ago, bio-obliterators devastated Metropolis. The devices have since disappeared, and their current location is unknown. Galactic citizens are in a state of hysteria, reacting to news that Dr. Nefarious is planning identical attacks across the galaxy. We're live from planet Marcadia with the Galactic President. Mr. President, how will the attack on Metropolis affect your chances for re-election this fall?
I'm glad you asked, Darla. Our demographic research indicates that robots will make up 100% of the galactic population by this time next week. Of course, that's great news for my re-election campaign because, as you know, I'm half robot myself.
Everyone's acting like Nefarious has already won.
That's an Andros joke for Star Fox.
Gonna be robots. Not that there's anything wrong with that.
Wait a second. Before the Star Cruiser blew up, didn't Quark say he was trying to find something?
Yeah. It's a long shot, but I guess it's worth a try. The cruiser went down on planet Zeldrin. We'll go check out the crash site. Maybe we can find what Quark was looking for.
That is quite literally, I'm pretty sure, when he does the half thing, that is a joke shout out to Star Fox. Specifically Star Fox 64. And money. And all that money down the drain. Why is it so expensive? Zeldin.
Welcome to the Zeldrin.
And now to explore the words are hard. Now to explore the spaceport proper.
To increase security, thermonuclear warheads and revolvers are no longer permitted as carry-on baggage. Disturbance in Sector C3. All security personnel report immediately. List of execution. Please have your itinerary and 3 forms of ID visible at all times.
Itinerary and 3 forms of ID. I mean, it helps, but they still whoop my ass. How is that a titanium bolt?
The shock cannon can be charged up to release a spectacular beam of death. Hold the fire button to charge up the beam. Then release the button and sweep the beam across your enemies. Carry-on weapons that are too bulky to fit in the overhead compartment must be checked as luggage.
And now that it's fucking upgraded, now the beam becomes the way to clear out multiple enemies in front of me when I have the ability to sweep them, but it comes at the cost that what was formerly the charge attack is now the normal standard attack. But it doesn't feel all that much good or different. For reasons like this. I don't like how it compares to the Blitz Cannon of 2, because the Blitz Cannon of 2 at least took care of enemies within 2 to 4 blitzes. This gun feels like it takes an entire clip to deal with 3 enemies. And I define a clip as 10 volleys. So, almost the entire gun's ammunition.
77 to Florana has been delayed due to meteor showers.
I am strategically using this gun. Never mind! I'm not using this gun strategically, I'm getting shot! Because he has an explosive sniper rifle.
Don't forget to visit the duty-free shopping area. Your safety is important to us. Please stay clear of all decorative pools of lava.
Huh?
Disturbance in Sector C3. All security personnel report immediately.
That's not on bad aim or for the game's mechanics. That's just the fact that they happen to be flipping at the time of getting over the small, thin beam that makes up this weapon's projectile. More importantly, back to you, sir. I say again, huh? I must have missed the first time.
The detention center is now full. Please form a line outside while the current occupants are ejected through the airlock.
How many times I gotta whip you, boy, till you blow up? Apparently the number is 14. No, 13. I counted wrong. I did an extra one and it didn't go through.
Due to new security provisions, passengers must keep appendages at their
I'd also like to note this is probably only a few time and opportunities where I'm not immediately scouted by an enemy in the level that I get the opportunity to use these weapons. And I appreciate the fact that they die in a single bullet.
Organic life forms must be kept on a leash at all times.
Advancing on me, I see. Yeah, well,
Robot ninjas must present a valid photo ID to access the Ninja Lounge on Deck 5.
the other side. Wonk. Satisfying. It's probably the most consistent the combat's been thus far.
Security breach on concourse level. All units respond. For your safety and the safety of others, please refrain from looking suspicious. Violators will be disintegrated.
I find it interesting why the ally AI is destroying boxes when they're doing their thing.
Due to increased security, nuclear warheads and nail clippers are no longer permitted as carry-on baggage.
Annihilator doing what Annihilator needs to do, while being somewhat ammo efficient, might I add.
Best avoid execution. Please have your itinerary and 3 forms of ID visible at all times.
Stop missing, Carl. I missed too much. Weird how the game has some weak weapons like a plasma whip, but that shotgun never exists. I think it's a problem of scaling and balance considering when the weapons were first acquired, but the actual scale of how much experience is rewarded when they're used. I think the whip gets a lot more use when you're looking for sewer crystals, since I'm pretty sure that the amoeboids are just a one-hit in general. So, against the enemies, assuming that there isn't a sliding scale of experience, they would get more use and thus more experience on the weaker enemies that are not going to be just simple lethal death in melee range, while as every other weapon would give more experience for the fact that you are killing them at short range or melee range. Which is probably the reason why I was getting so much experience with the suck cannon on the sewer planet. What the fuck is that? The Bolt Grabber V2.
You got the bolt grabber. That means your bolt pickup area has been extended.
Because that's something I should get at the end of this. I mean, it's not that it's a whip that looks like a wrench that costs ammo. It's an extended range melee attack whip that costs ammunition for every attack, including jump attacks and multitude attacks, meaning that every single basic combo you pull off is a total of 3 and every jump attack is a total of 1. It should come with a higher base damage compared to the whip upgrade. I guess that's it. Okay, there's the crash site. Don't know why they didn't come up the first time. I also don't know why I didn't find the platinum bolt, the third platinum bolt on the look around, but I suppose it's just not allowed for me to get to yet. No. No. Certainly, that's from the other edge. Ow. Exactly long enough. Yep. The Snaggle Beast was such a fucking lame duck fight. And I'm out of ammunition. And the fact that they expect you to jump down this way and somehow not notice the titanium bolt. Ugh. We're gonna let it slide. We're gonna let it slide. They were rushed on production. We're gonna let it slide. Let it slide. Not even these I can whip easy? Come on! It's almost like it's just going to ever only get used in arenas. And by only in arenas, I mean Annihilation Nation. In every game, there becomes a propensity to rely more on your automatic firing weapons to get you through. And that is very much the case here, although the problem with this is that you have a gun that is just really shit. Like, it is... You have a defensive weapon that probably has a skill that would have been better on the Ratchet & Clank 2 variation of the shielding unique, and instead of the return value being that you would get extended ammunition, and you can reload this from your gun, it requires a reset time for its special effect. You get a shield that is not helping you in the ways that you need it to, when really what you want is to be able to deal with the enemies and, like, lose your coverage of your defense in trade for the defense. So the weakness of the level 1 drones and the strength of the level 2 drones and the strength of the overshield of 2 should be the way that this hollow shield works in 3. but it works more like a force field that sometimes gives you HP, but does not help you when you're dealing with what should be automatic fire coming in front of you, because explosions go through the shield. And we're gonna forgive the fact that this is just sitting here because they were rushed. They were rushed, boys. They were rushed. They were rushed. What's the lore? Why were they rushed? I believe it's because they were just being pushed to make a new sequel very quickly, right? Alex and Akavarius are the ones that told me the lore on this. Now see, with a shield up, this makes this weapon much more chill. Can you die? Thank you. I swear I can hear another one around the corner. An instance where we were saved by the Hollow Shield. Very much a long fucking overshot away from the majesty that was the Heavy Lancer of 2. I don't know what the fuck they did to this gun. That's some bullshit experience. The second one was 2-shotted. Why was he 5-shotted? I mean, I suppose that's an opinion, but this is the V3 version of the N60 Storm. We don't know what it feels like until we have it all the way to V3. With 5. Now the bullets bounce. If a gun's upgrade is best notable when it is at its end of its upgrade track, why not skip 2 through 4 and immediately go there? A lot of my earlier weapons should be V5. Unfortunately, some weapons didn't get used because I didn't feel that they were good. There is no nice way for me to say it. I used the weapons I used because they fit the playstyle that I wanted. The ones that are now being leveled up slowly are the ones that got passed over by the more effective ones. Because I had no money. That's slightly more damage. Ow. You definitely should not do that much damage.
In addition to damage absorption and health drain, the Ultra Shield fires a trio of destructive energy pulses at nearby enemies each time it takes a hit.
I was about to have a Courtney Gear flashback again. What is this? Boing.
The nanopack stores extra nanotech that will automatically heal you in an emergency.
So now here's a question. How do I get fucking back? An acceptable answer. Really throwing those upgrades in there that are pretty much meaningless. Ow. I am noticing that it got more ammunition as it keeps leveling.
It's an
escape pod.
It must have come from the Star Cruiser. And look! Footprints! Someone else made it off that ship alive.
We must have just missed them. This pocket crotchetizer is still warm.
Ew.
A call was recently made using the pod's emergency communicator. There is a recording.
Supernova taxi.
I need a cab to come get me right away.
Whoa, this must be my lucky day. So where can I pick you up, sweet cheeks?
I'm on planet Zeldrin. Just look for the gigantic wrecked Star Cruiser. You can't miss it.
Wrecked Star Cruiser, huh?
The fact that it has bouncing effects for the
What
titties.
say you and me go to the cyber disco later on?
Watch it, buddy. I mean, don't get fresh with me.
Well, sorry, lady. I couldn't help myself. I mean, a woman like you in a dress like that.
Oh, this is something I threw together.
So where you headed?
I'll tell you that when you get here. And if you keep this quiet, there's another 5 bolts in it for you. Oh, one more thing. You happen to have a spare charge pack for this thing?
P20 crotchetizer, huh? This gets better every second.
I should have...
Pain.
What? That Quark had a sister?
Huh?
No, they're still alive.
That was Quark.
Oh. They did not report that to the Phoenix.
Because he wants us to think he's dead. I don't like it, Clank. Until we know what Quark is up to, we should keep this quiet. If the Q-Force finds out that Quark ran out on us, they might lose hope.
I understand. I do not like it, but I understand.
Hey, what's he got there?
It is a data disk. Quark must have taken it from the Star Cruiser.
That must be what he went back for. Let's get back to the Phoenix and decode it.
I would like to note the fact that they took the time to animate this and edit it. They added the sound effects for the titties, and they gave the alien the mindset of either a Brooklyn or New Yorker cab driver who likes ugly fat chicks. I do not want to be heard out. I felt immense cringe. Second-hand cringe. To my death. I didn't double jump. Again! You are becoming the pain in my ear. Just do this the easy way. Exactly enough that if I hadn't missed my shots, it would have evolved. Limit death. I have no death perception. It doesn't help that the shadow pops in at the last moment. Ow. Should be stronger now. I don't trust myself. Running for my life, 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 running for my life. This is a bunch of bullshit. 100% gonna run for my life there. Missed. What? There you go. What? What? Quack, what the fuck? Certainly I'm not crazy. Everybody else saw the bullets go straight through them too, right?
Hi, Sarge. We were wondering if maybe you wanted to come hang out with us on planet Iridian. It is H-22's birthday. We're having a party.
A death party.
No, sounds more like a battle than a party.
I told you we wouldn't go for it.
You guys just hang in there. I'll be there as soon as I can.
We. One exact bolt. One exact bolt on the planet, and they chose to put it underneath the ship. And then stuck a statue for good measure. Oh. That's money. More importantly, Quackleray. So here's your comparisons to sheep, and it's more expensive than the last gun before it. Certainly this is a repeat of the gun from number 2. Let's just buy it. And how do we want to organize this quick select? Let's replace that with the shot cannon. That stays. That stays. That stays. That stays. This moves over. I don't know if there's another Tyrannoid disguise section, but I'm pretty sure there probably will be, so it'll stay there.
You got here just in time, Sarge. Looks like the Noids are getting ready to attack.
Of course. One teeny bit of a spot on the bridge.
Through those tunnels. Incoming! Waste those Tyrannoids!
They just walk straight up. And then blast my ass. Oh, now they want to stop. Ah! Ah! He tried to sneak on me. A weak weapon meant for multi-use. Oh, Jesus Christ. That's so many enemies trying to come inside my buddy hole. Oh no. The ship is more tolerable. One shot. One opportunity. Sees everything you ever wanted.
Mission accomplished. Good thing the Rangers were here to pull your tail out of the fire, hey Sarge?
And certainly this now means I get to come in here. And then I do this. No. I have to walk up. Ugh! I understand that in most people's cases, when they choose to put things inside of video games, they choose to put secrets in the game in such a way where they have to interact with the physical model of the character. But why can't I fly under the bridge and grab the bolt? I'm shooting at the wrong people.
Androids are more coordinated than we've seen before. Maybe up against something new here.
I do appreciate the fact that they do have ontological inertia because they take note of the fact that the Noids have been turned into robots.
Hands up! Enemy sources!
I would like to chalk it up to a consequence of whenever the game registered it as a valued pickup, but they didn't sit in such a position where it is programmed, that it must have been a shortcut, or they didn't program in a cutscene. I would probably say chalked it up to the crunch as well, but I don't know. Or something basic as that, you could just copy-paste that shit and it should work fine. This leaves for a dissatisfying experience where you have to backtrack because the game forced you to. It definitely is not the kind of game like Ratchet & Clank 1, where outside of the places where you must backtrack, it's possible to get all the gold bolts in a decent clean sweep. Which, that's just a sign of quality time and assurance. Of course, not accounting for the places where it could have been inconsistent.
Thanks, Arch. You got here just in time. We're falling back to base to regroup. Looks like you're going
And now I get to go under the goddamn bridge.
Yeah, the squad's got a mandatory aerobics class we can't miss. Anyway, give those fluorite scum sacks a whooping for us.
A whooping. Give them a whooping for us, Sarge. Sarge, give up a whooping. It's even got a fucking short titanium bolt pickup. Give up a whooping. Give up a whooping, Sarge. Sarge, give up a whooping. This flimsy-ass, fragile-ass, bitch-ass. Certainly, my job is to get out of the vehicle and use this. They can have their lasers refracted. How? Fuck this, I'm using the charge boots. Technically, if I'm doing this, I'm doing that.
reminds me of the Battle of Hamachi Flats back in 23, when it took on an army of ghost pirate robots with nothing but a quack array and a half-charged crotchetizer. Is that why some of the older guys call you cabin boy, sir? All units maintain radio silence. That must have been a real feather in your cap, Chief. Keep talking, J-31. We'll see how you like scrub duty for the next 6 weeks.
Yep. Go down, goddammit you! Gotta whip him like his name is Toby just to make him die! My question remains unanswered though. How were you reflecting the bullets, or the lasers back at them? Ow. With the refractor gadget. Okay. The more you know. That's funny. Electric Tesla coil between targets. Amounts to no meaningful AoE damage, so what's the fucking point of that upgrade? That's probably where I would jump with that, but I would rather not.
Mission accomplished. All Rangers regroup and get ready to take back the valley.
How the Tyrannoid
Sarge, we need to activate those turrets to create a defensive perimeter around the valley.
Those extra missiles don't seem to be activating the mines very easily against the targets I'm shooting at. Unless they're the size of those turrets. In which case that changes. I wonder. They do grant experience, but a very small amount.
out here and guard this turret. You know, in case the Noids try anything sneaky, you can handle the rest yourself.
As I always do. Killed. Heh. While funny, that's also inconsistent and gets me hurt. I guess it's not a bad emergency weapon to use against them. Well. When I have access to a vehicle, I don't have to necessarily use it to go everywhere, but I should use it for what it's meant for.
Sarge, you don't need any help, do you? Oh, sorry. Break it up. I'll call back later.
It artificially speeds up. I knew that was a skill point. Certainly that can't be a backside use. I'd like everybody to know that I'm hitting these side flips by thumbing the X key with my back thumb, while holding circle. It is hard to do that consistently. I am the master of the claw grip.
Go, Sarge. Lay down. Where to go?
I could remap to be on the triggers, but my triggers are also my L2 and R2. not like it's a very hard input to do. It just looks like this when you're doing it on the controller. You hold down this, and then you position your thumb as such, and then do it however. The only time I have to claw grip is when I gotta do it like this. But I don't do that. I've learned to shoulder grip to the point where I could hold the controller like this, and I could hit all 4 buttons at the same time. I used to claw grip it. But in that situation, I was claw gripping. Because my finger slipped. I believe the kids today call it the furled finger. That rocket went somewhere. It ain't go towards an enemy when it went somewhere. I'm not the one that comes up with these children's newfangled idea of what something is called. I just know that they came up with it as a considerance of what they called the frilled finger because they wanted to make a meme about Elden Ring. Centimeter circle, centimeter circle, centimeter circle.
Alright, perimeter secured! Another victory for the Rangers! Hey, maybe you should try pulling your own weight next time, Sarge.
I'm out. And now it's the end game. Falling back with the rally of the Rangers in its hot pursuit, push through the tunnels and capture the enemy base by wiping out all ground defensive forces and defensive turrets.
We've got the Noids on the run. If somebody could push through those tunnels, we could launch a direct assault on the enemy base.
If only somebody would go get shot.
Sarge, you go in and clear them out. Why? Cover the rear. Incoming saucers!
The fact that there are poles here actually make the liquid nitrogen gun bad. Because I can't whip it and kill them.
Take cover! The Noids are coming over the bridge!
Why are you getting so close? Why did they program you to fight like that? I have to jump that.
There's a Tyrannoid ship blocking the tunnel exit!
Fuck.
The enemy base is wide open. Time to finish the job.
Certainly this will work as intended.
Inform command that Outpost X-12 has been secured.
Reward warp pad.
Over here.
What the?
Pretty cool, huh? called a warp pad. Great for running away. Yeah, I got an extra one.
Da-dum. However, I'm not done exploring. I have to play the mission again, which means I have to play the mission and then walk behind the structure.
Push through those tunnels, we could launch a direct assault on the enemy base. There's a room full of noids up ahead, Sarge. You go in and clear them out. I cover the rear. Incoming saucers!
I firmly believe that weapons like this are specifically designed to be a throw the ammunition out and forget about it type weapon. Because who the fuck is using that in a multi-unit situation and then they're getting the ammunition back to continue using it throughout the level? It very much feels like a one-and-doneer.
Take cover! The noids are coming over the bridge!
Once it has access to the extension that gives it electric zapping between targets, I don't see a reason how the N60 does not end up becoming a better splitting Hydra. Unless it was meant to be used on multiple weak enemies. While I can see it, I don't see it in multi-clusters. I mean, that kind of repeats the opinion that Yan had back on Zeldin, right? It's a strong weapon once I got to V4, but if its strength belies once it reaches a certain level cap, why not jump immediately from the weaker version of the gun to the stronger version of the gun, a la the level up system of Ratchet & Clank 2? The amount of level grinding that is actually necessary in this game, you'd think that the tournament system for the arenas would have been switched around. There's more reason for there to be multiple tiers and multiple rounds of combat on this planet, up to the point where you'd have round 60, or on this game, with round 60, than you would have seen in the normal mode comparative to Ratchet & Clank 3. Just change the guns around. That way it makes more sense. Because you're expected to be using all the guns that contain them. I'm gonna be dead ass with you. None of these kids, when they were playing this game, were doing that. They collected them because they had a lot of fucking bolts because they played the game too many times. This is where replayability definitely is a better comparison for spoiling the bunch compared to the modern gameplay style than it is for the old gameplay style. I agree with you that they would have done that. However, from the perspective of the new player that will play a game, optimize the fun out of it, and then see no point with using anything else, they were not doing that. Because while I can appreciate having a weapon, I did it again. While I can appreciate having a weapon for different purposes and being prepared to deal with them, I know for a fact that people were not experiencing the game that way. A lone fucking bolt. And this one does have a cutscene. I mean, I'm not doubting you, Alex. What I'm saying is that a modern player playing the game would say, why the fuck would I use this gun when I could use this gun?
Inform command that Outpost X-12 has been secured.
We're almost there. Meow. Meow. Meow.
Hey Al, what's up?
Let's see. The neural matrix of this autonomous simulacrum retains an imprint of the template's original psyche embedded at its core level.
You
lost me out of let's see.
He means it may be possible to reverse the process.
Dude, what a trip.
Cool, I guess. Al, we recovered a data disk from Nefarious's cruiser. Can you decode it?
Of course. Yes. Ooh. Omega-class asymmetric encryption. Finally, a challenge worthy of my skills. Oh, by the way, we found something interesting in Quark's quarters.
Hey, if it's another crotchetizer, I don't even want to...
It is a Quark vid comic. Specifically, it is episode 5 of the Dr. Nefarious series. But as everyone knows, only 4 issues were ever published. Not even my pals in the Quark Cadets fan club have ever heard of this issue. And those guys are real geeks, if you know what I mean.
I sure do. Thanks, Al. We'll check it out.
One example I can think of is in the EDF, I can rock a combat rifle and a special weapon. If my mission is kill our enemies in the special slot as a weapon, if it is a boss, I bring a sniper. The game has many weapon classes, but none of them worthy of using the generalist gun. Well, what I mean is, let's take any weapon that is currently not to its advanced level, that did not advance quickly on a planet where it found a use. I can think of several comparisons. The best comparison off the top of my head that I can think of is Planet Damsel with the suck cannon. Well, suck cannon and also the Black Sheepinator. We had barely used the Sheepinator on the planet before where it's picked up, to the point that it became in its advanced version on Planet Damsel. Most planets were designed in a way with an enemy type that when you see them at a distance, you had the weapon prepared on your flip switch or on your bar to pull it out, to kill them, to continue moving through the enemies. So, Agents of Doom, for enemies that I do not want to be near, that I would rather the units kill for me. The turrets, for any object that I also do not want near me, but also I cannot risk standing still to shoot in the air. Any overshield / shield weapon to give myself cover or protection while dealing with said enemies. A melee tool that had flexible or unlimited ammunition, in the case of the Walloper, to cover my 6. And then any weapon that fit as ammunition to deal with the target that I was dealing with, whether it was something with pseudo lock-on or something with forced lock-on. For any weapon that worked more like shotgun, it was a generalist use weapon. For any weapon that was like the Heavy Lancer, it's effectively your rate of fire weapon for sustained damage on a single target. And for any weapon that worked like the Flux Rifle, or any sniper rifle, it was for dealing with targets at a range. The obvious problem to me, including things like the lava gun, the obvious problem to me is that many of them fall into the archetypes of different weapons. There are some weapons that work as a pseudo-archetype of the bomb gun, or bomb glove. There are some weapons that work as a pseudo-archetype of the Tesla coil, in the fact that it is a multi-use, multiple target attacking weapon that could be used to clear an entire levels of enemy. There are some that work the exact same as the Tesla coil, but now they work as a formulation of infinite damage, where it becomes what I'll call a line weapon and a bullet line weapon. The original lava gun upgraded from a line weapon to a bullet line weapon, where it spat its bullets out instead of being a continuous stream, so that when you double jumped, you could flip and whip the lava in the direction of the enemy like a very taut tension line ripping through the enemies such as razor wire. And then, for everything else, assuming it wasn't a laser-guided missile like the Visibomb gun, it was a direct rocket attack, such as the Devastator, the Annihilator, and so on. And then gag weapons, or I call them gag weapons, but weapons that had a very small use case to the point that they were only ever used in a specific way, and that was clearing a room before I even stepped into range of the enemy, such as the Spider Bomb glove, which definitely would have seen no use, were meant to be used stealthily, when stealth was a requirement. There are various guns that fit similar bills, and of those weapons that have found use to be fully upgraded, they have fit that niche to be upgraded and used as such. Vortex Cannon being one of the first, if not literally, I believe the first, that was upgraded in this playthrough, because I was dealing with enemies that had small enemies that I didn't want to allow to get near me at all. So once they split with the use of the lava gun, once I had access to it, before then I believe I was making use of the wrench and a combination of the plasma whip. I was sucking them in, and it just so happened to be that they did a lot of damage, and I gained a lot of experience using it. Every weapon has fit some kind of niche, and the generalist weapon in this game honestly has been anything that has had AoE on it. Anything that does AoE, and anything that has a high ammo capacity that has ammo conservation as a central figure of its weapon design. Some weapons much more suited for certain bosses or certain bossing type situations. Some weapons designed for dealing with enemies in a level. Some weapons designed for dealing with enemies in general, especially with good ammo conservation, to the point where I could use one weapon and then refill the ammunition of every other ammunition, or use a singular weapon while everything else has been refilled and sustain the ammunition off that type as I move through, which in this game, not accounting for the Vortex Cannon, is the lava gun. The lava gun picks up its weight in gold. Everything else, optional, selective, until it finds a use. And then when they get compared against everything else, they get compared against the first, let's say the first 4 weapons. In that capacity, the shot cannon, poo-poo. Very poo-poo. The nitro eruptor, extremely powerful. Especially considering it tells you how much power it actually has. In Storm, we don't know what it is yet until it gets all the way there, but it's not really bad, but it is really annoying too. Plasma Whip is pathetic. Very much meant for just normal enemies. Very small normal enemies. The Infector is debatable, mainly because it follows its bullets across the ground. So it's not meant for aerial enemies. But that doesn't mean it doesn't have use. The Vortex Cannon, a very good workhorse because it has no need for ammunition. Hydra is debatable. For smaller enemies, certainly. With a power of 200, it doesn't mean that it's useless. It just is underwhelming compared to what you would expect it to do. The Engines of Doom do not need to be justified or explained. They're strong. Perhaps from version 1 to version 2 is the biggest jump, because they go from simply being melees. You took all the whip XP by using the suck cannon early on. Oh, I see. Interesting. The biggest jump for Angels of Doom is from V1 to V2, because once they gain the armament of a laser on their back, it's not that big of a deal. The Flux Rifle is earning its keep only because the Ultra Shield earned its keep by blocking ammunition and damage I would rather not be taking. The Annihilator is simply a workhorse just like all of its versions ahead of itself. We have yet to use the Disc Blade Gun, simply because I'm dealing with the rest of these. The Mini Turret Gun earns its keep simply by being a set-and-forget-it type weapon, when it decides it's going to shoot something, within range, of course, as I remember the first time we were going through Metropolis. And the Liquid Nitrogen Gun is a general death of destruction in all directions type of tool. The same way that it was in Ratchet & Clank 2. To the fact that its upgrade retains the beam-like string structure of its damage means it retains being strong. The moment that it went from the lava gun to the meteor gun, it became a shit weapon. Because I want to flick this lava across the enemy. If I can't flick the lava across the enemy, the weapon's not doing what it's supposed to do. I don't want it to shoot bullets. In Ratchet & Clank 2, it only did so because the bullets helped with ammo conservation. That was the upgrade. It was supposed to be ammo conservation, but it just sucked. So not accounting for the 6 weapons that I'm missing, one of which is probably going to be the variation of the Rhino, there is a very serious problem when it comes to the niche each weapon belongs in and what they're designed for. So that's kind of like the reason why I have the opinion I do. I'm not saying that I didn't use them as a child. What I'm saying is if I hand this to a new regular player, they're going to pick up what's going to be their favorites, and they're going to be asked, why aren't you using that gun? And they're going to say, because it sucks. Because it sucks. Why would I use this? This is better. This sucks. It sucks. I'm going to use the gun that's good. Why would I use the gun that's bad on purpose? It sucks. Because that's the mentality that we've been trained to do as players. There is a serious problem with comparison, where comparison between better and best means that any choice that is not the top best in slot will be ignored. Now, in the case of Ratchet & Clank 1, you did not care about what was best because there was no level involved. It was what the weapon did. If you needed a sniper rifle, you pulled out your sniper rifle. You didn't pull out a gun that is technically a rapid-fire turret that can function as a sniper rifle. You pulled out the weapon you actually needed that was the tool for the job. Because you have multiple weapons that fill multiple niches and can do multiple things, you are instead pulling out the thing that best does the thing you need it to do. And if it does not do said thing, it is not even a question of it being relevant. Otherwise, the question wouldn't even need to be asked, because the use of it would be obvious. 1 second, I need a notification to make sure that dinner is properly coming along and it's done. Dinner is ready for her, just not me. And standing right the fuck back up. Alright. This goes here. Urgh. What does the unscrew look like? It looks like that. Aegis Mark V armor represents a major breakthrough in armor technology. Seeking Minds adamantine plates will replicate force fields whose armor responds adamantine technology to any power and angling armor plates to absorb 66% of incoming damage. The hacker, like the Transfixer and the Infiltrator, the hacker is an infiltration device. Blah blah blah. Unlike the Transfixer and Infiltrator, quick reflex and time is retrieve data, unlock and activate doors and activate devices. All new gadget on Bolt Ever V2. In addition to increased bolt range, also allows you to use your overhead attack and break nearby boxes with a special air blast. Huh. Okay. Mapomatic and the Nanopack.
Attention all crew members! You are required to attend a mandatory yoga class at 4700. Dress comfortably.
Mandatory yoga?
the true story that Captain Quark hoped you would never see.
Slim Cognito!
Uncensored and utterly unbelievable missing chapter of the Quark comic series. Pure discretion is advised.
Just a word of advice, Nefarious. Quit while you're ahead.
And so, Quark believed that the threat posed to the galaxy had been ended forever, but he was dead wrong.
Bottoms up.
Somebody say something.
What took you so long?
I was picking out some new curtains for the torture chamber. They're crushed velvet with a gold lame trim. Oh, I think they really add life to the space.
Never mind them now. Grab Quark and let's get out of here.
Of course, sir.
Oh, Quark. I've never met a man like you. After you, I'll be ruined for other men.
That's what they all say.
Where am I? You're in my secret prison, awaiting the most ingenious and depraved punishment I can possibly imagine. Come, Lawrence. It's time for my massage.
Oh,
goody.
Using his antenna as a lockpick, Quark eventually managed to open the door to his cell.
Almost got it.
But his escape did not go unnoticed.
Uh-oh.
I love that this implies that at some point in the past, Captain Quark actually was a meaningful fucking hero. In some capacity. Because he wasn't slumming it off of people like Ratchet everywhere and all the time. Fuck. Fuck again. Fuck again.
He's getting away! Do something, Lawrence!
Perhaps we should flood the facility with boiling acid.
Oh, I like the way you think.
Damn it.
Look, he's getting away! Do something, Lawrence!
Perhaps we should flood the facility with boiling acid.
Oh, I like the way you think.
Damn it.
Look, he's getting away! Do something, Lawrence!
Perhaps we should flood the facility with boiling acid.
Oh, I like the way you think, Lawrence. Can we do that? Make it so.
Look out! Don't look down!
I have no control of my jumps. Take my death.
Look down! Don't look down!
The robot who brings me the head of Captain Quark is a free loop job. Everyone else,
Isn't that just a joke for a blowjob?
this is getting good. More popcorn, Lawrence.
Pretty sure I have to have the Ice Spike in order to get that one. Correct. Yes, baby. Yeah, I can. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. I love you too. Okay. Mm-hmm. I love you too. Star wants to get pizza, which means I need to finish this. Get in the water. The incidental star call-in. The star call-in makes me lock in. Hey, yo, boys. Certainly I get 4. No? I get the max reward. Also meme number. 333. Let's go.
After his narrow escape from the clutches of Dr. Nefarious, Quark dropped out of the public eye. Truth is, Quark was holed up in his secret hideout on the Thran asteroid, terrified that Dr. Nefarious would make good on his promise of revenge. When Nefarious didn't resurface, Quark assumed he was gone forever and returned to his career as a high-profile celebrity superhero. But the galaxy had not seen the last of Dr. Nefarious.
Ouch! What do you think you're doing, you oaf?
Do hold still, sir. This is a very delicate procedure. There, that should do the trick. Go ahead, take her for a spin.
What's going on? Where are my arms? Whose butt is this?
Oh, my mistake, sir. Dreadfully sorry.
Oh, Janice. Oh, Lance. Oh, my.
We will have to get that fixed. One
In
of
these
these
days.
I should have known Quark was full of it.
But why would Quark lie to us?
Dude, Quark is bogus, bogus, bogus.
You can ask him yourself when we see him. According to this vid comic, Quark has a secret hideout in the Thran asteroid belt. I've got a hunch he's there right now.
He says he wants to come with us.
I don't think that... Oh, wait a minute. You speak monkey?
Oh, just enough to get by.
Now what?
He says you have ears like a Florana dung beaver.
Yeah, hilarious. Let's see if he's still laughing when he finds out his pal Quark is working with Nefarious.
Major bogus.
Surely Quark would never...
He teamed up with Drek, didn't he? And I know I don't have to remind you about that protopet business. Who knows what he's capable of?
Ratchet keeping it in a stack! He is in fact the bitch. Also, I was wrong earlier. You do have to play them at specific quest flags, but you don't have to fully complete them for the titanium bolts. Certainly, you probably have to only play 4 and 5. But Star wants to go get pizza, so I'll probably continue this after tomorrow's broadcast. And then we'll be done. And then we'll finish moving. Words are hard. I can't speak well if I speak too fast. We will finish this after tomorrow's broadcast. Then we move on to Ratchet 4. And then I hard grind Ratchet 4. And then we're back into the sweet loving arms of the JRPG. Such a stupid name. General. But honestly, it truly is a JRPG. There have been too many videos that are just basically glazing the praises of Expedition 33. And it just makes me more anxious until I can get my hands back on it again. Until then. Until then, chat. Remember, spay and neuter your pets. Eat your beef and your veggies. And tune in next time. Goodbye.